3 minutes. Welcome to the Rialto Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education for March 2nd, 2024. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting should contact the superintendent or designee in writing. Okay, we have a call to order. Early today, we have a lot of business in closed session. So, call to order. We are in open session. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. As provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting: public employee, employee discipline dismissal, release, reassignment of employees per Government Code Section 54957, student expulsions, reinstatements, expulsion enrollments, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, Dr. Avila, Superintendent, lead personnel agent Rhonda Kramer, Roxanne Dominguez, and Armando Urtiega, personnel services, employee organizations, California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, CSEA, Rialto Education Association, REA, Communication Workers of America, CWA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Delta and or Delta 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation. Number of potential claims, 1. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, case number 5:20-Charlie Victor -1739 Juliet Golf Bravo Sierra Hotel Kilo, versus Rialto Unified School District. I'll go over it again. 5:20 CV 1739 JGB as in boy SHK versus Rialto Unified School District. Conference with legal counsel. Existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D as in Delta of section 54956.9. Office of Administrative Hearing, case number 203080937. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. Office of Administrative Hearing, case number 2023-110834. Dr. Avila, do we have comments on closed session agenda items?
We do not.
Okay. Vote by board members to go into closed session. Okay, Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez, Clerk Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice President Montez.
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 5:34. All right, we are continuing. We're moving out of closed session, and we are into adjournment of closed session. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So, second?
There he is. Okay, Ms. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montes?
Aye.
Okay, and you made it to your chair, the dais to vote. Good man.
I got locked out of that back door over there.
And myself, aye. The time is 7:05. I apologize to the community. We were dealing with some tough subjects, and frankly, we didn't want to come back for one more. So, okay. We are moving into open session. We are reconvened at 7:05. Tonight, we have a special presentation, but first, let's have Carter High School senior Isabel Carrillo lead us in the pledge. Isabel?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was great. Thank you, Isabel. Okay, now, oh boy, I should have practiced. Ein kleine Nachtmusik by Mozart. First movement, historically, a serenade such as this one was written to commemorate a special occasion to honor someone. Thank you. In honor of the many talented and amazing students, teachers, staff members, and administrators at Carter High School and its 20 years of success, please welcome Carter High School Director of Choral and Orchestral, Mrs. Susan Barnes, along with the talented Carter High School Chamber Ensemble, performing the first part of this serenade tonight. Welcome. Can't wait. That is probably one of the best, if not the best, performance I have heard on a violin, otherwise known as a fiddle. Ms. Barnes, you taught them well. Students, you learned well. Every time I see a fiddle, it's like, I love them, but they are so hard to intonate and to play in tune. And they did amazing work tonight. Okay. Thank you, students, Ms. Barnes and Principal Dr. Robin McMillan, for attending tonight's school board meeting. Families, this wouldn't be possible without you. Thank you for all your support. Go Lions. Okay, Dr. Avila, report out of closed session, please.
Thank you, President Martinez. The Board of Education took action to approve an agreement settling case number 520CV1739 JGB SHK in exchange for a full release of all claims. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to approve a settlement agreement, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 202311034 in exchange for release of all claims. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to approve a settlement agreement, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 20230800937 in exchange for a full release of all claims. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Ricky Uribe, Coordinator, Special Services, effective July 1st, 2024. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education approved the resignation of certificated employee number 2137534, Lead Special Services Agent, effective June 30th, 2024. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notices releasing the following administrative employees pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2023-2024 school year. The board further took action to non-reelect the following administrative employees that are probationary certificated employees pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21, Section B, effective at the end of the 2023-2024 school year. The board directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices to employee number 2375534, middle school assistant principal, employee number 2865534, middle school assistant principal, employee number 2492634, middle school assistant principal, employee number 2565534, academic agent, special services, ADR. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notice to release and reassign the lead professional development agent to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notice to release and reassign high school assistant principal to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notice to release and reassign high school assistant principal to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notice of release and reassign high school assistant principal to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notice to release and reassign elementary assistant principal to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was as follows. Joseph W. Martinez, yes. Edgar Montes, yes. Evelyn Dominguez, abstain. Stephanie Lewis, yes. The Board of Education took action to issue notice to release and reassign elementary principal to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notice to release and reassign elementary principal to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was as follows. Joseph W. Martinez, yes. Edgar Montes, no. Evelyn Dominguez, yes. Stephanie Lewis, yes. The Board of Education took action to issue notice to release and reassign elementary principal to the position of classroom teacher for the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was unanimous. That is all.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Okay, we move into adoption of the agenda. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. A preferential vote by Student Board Member Kane Galazzo.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly is again not here with us. Ms. Lewis, how do you vote? Clerk
Aye.
Dominguez?
Aye.
And aye.
Thank you, and myself, aye. Okay, presentations. High School District Student Advisory Committee. Ms. Galazzo, will you take it away?
First up, we have Emeline Gutierrez from Rialto High School.
Good evening, Board President Martinez, Honorable Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. I am Emily Gutierrez, the ASB's Vice President at Rialto High School, the home of the Knights. There is so much to celebrate in the castle. Acateca is back at RHS with 19 high school present at the annual competition and more than 50 teams. The competition was fierce, yet our Knights proved that they can compete with the best in the county. For the first time ever, Rialto High School placed third overall in the team competition. Our students also took home several individual awards. Congratulations to these students and Mr. Ansermet for their hard work and accomplishments. These accomplishments were a team effort, including our amazing Rialto staff and are a reflection of our campus and prove that we are doing great things in the castle. Last weekend, our Mesa students traveled to the UC Riverside to compete against other Inland Empire Mesa students in our annual Mesa Day competition. Students have worked for months in Mr. Kingdom's and Mr. Thompson's Mesa classes, designing, building, and testing different projects to compete in several events. We are proud of all our competitors. The first place winners will be moving on to the Mesa Southern California Region competition in April. And just today, our culinary team, the Royalty Chefs, took first place overall and the best appetizer in the Chopped IE competition, hosted by the Chavez Huerta Center. Great job by our Knights and Chef Cal. During the month of February, our Black Student Union, BSU, coordinated multiple Spirit Days, hosted a movie night, and recognized the academic excellence of our African American students at our second annual Black Honor Roll, fostering a culture of achievement and pride. A Black History Month assembly was put on by Young Visionaries, who also holds the weekly SMAART program at Rialto High.
They had guest speakers who talked about goal setting, mental health, and the importance of being a unified community. As you can see, we have a lot to celebrate and honor at Rialto High as we shine the light on our successes and we continue the momentum of building and highlighting our students and staff while striving for academic excellence. Keep the lights on, Knights. Thank you.
Emily Felix Cuevas from Eisenhower High School.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board, Board President Martinez, Superintendent Dr. Avila, viewing audience, parents, members of the community, and peers. My name is Emily Felix, and I'm honored to be this year's ASB Vice President for Eisenhower High School. I would like to share some of the exciting things that had happened and will be happening at the home of the Eagles. We started the month off with celebrating our valedictorian and salutatorian. This year, we have one valedictorian, Daniel Vega, who has a GPA of 4.85. Our salutatorians, Brenda Guzman Reyes and Manuel Perez Bacaro, have a GPA of 4.66. We are very proud of them. Our band and color guard recently traveled to San Francisco, in which they participated in the Chinese New Year parade. They looked and sounded amazing. They were even featured on TV. Our choir recently competed at Chaparral High School, which I'm also in. We won first place and got a clean sweep with showmanship and musicianship. And congratulations to our most outstanding performer, Alfredo Perez. In 2 weeks, ASB will host their annual Glochella event. This is a glow-in-the-dark dance for all Eisenhower students. There will be a lot of food, games, dancing, music, and fun. Lastly, we would like to recognize our spring sports for starting off strong. Baseball record is currently 4-2, with their recent win over Morningside 20-2. Softball is currently 5-0-2, with their recent win over Rialto High 14-6. The swim team is also starting off strong, having even attending morning practices 3 days a week from 6:30 to 7:30 in the morning. We can't see what great things our spring sports accomplish. Thank you, everyone, for your time. We can't wait to inform you next time of additional highlights, academic achievements we have here at Ike, a place in which we all get a chance to soar. Thank you.
Isabella Quiñones Peña from Carter High School.
Good evening, Board President Martinez, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. I'm Isabella Quiñones Peña, ASB Vice President for Carter High School. This past month, Carter has been participating in various successful and diverse activities. Carter seniors received their incentives for earning a 3 or a 4 on the 2023 CASP exam. On February 26th, over 180 students attended a field trip at Bolero as a result for their hard work. On Sunday, March 3rd, our Carter Mesa students were excited to compete in their competitions, which were coding solution, crime scene investigation, and Mesa machine, cargo gliders, and moonbase. After winning first place in cargo gliders performance, moonbase performance, and Mesa machine performance, our Carter Mesa students will be moving on to the Southern Mesa Regionals on April 13th. Carter's Mesa students will also place first in crime scene investigation, Mesa machine design, cargo gliders design, and moonbase design. Carter's juniors have been working exceptionally hard as they rapidly approach their SATs on March 13th. Our very own senior and former English learner, Yuzelia Armando, will soon receive a special recognition during the 2023-2024 San Bernardino County Multilingual Dinner Ceremony for her outstanding academic recognition throughout her 4 years at Carter. Carter's counselors will be hosting a Cash for College workshop on March 14th. On March 18th, Carter will be hosting this semester's ASVAB, a career exploration program which helps young adults explore numerous career fields, and it's a requirement for entry into the military. 10 students from Carter were selected to attend this year's Rialto HBCU tour. These students will be flying out from March 17th until March 22nd to visit 7 different schools. 25 students from Carter participating and touring Chafee's campus, exploring their various pathways such as fire technology, EMT, cybersecurity, and film production studio. On March 5th, Carter's National Honor Society students worked the primary election polls and were able to earn volunteer hours. Carter's ASB would like to invite all of you to this year's Noche de Fiesta on Friday, March 15th, where we will be having live performing banda, a DJ, food available for purchase, tie-dyeing, and more. All RUSD high school students are welcome to attend this event. Thank you all for your time and opportunity of allowing me to share the amazing things happening at Carter High School. On behalf of all of us at Carter, we hope you have a great rest of your night. Go Lions, and don't forget to roar.
Diego Aguirre from Myler High School.
Greetings, Board President Martinez, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Oliva, Innovation Team, and viewing audience. My name is Diego Aguirre, and I stand before you as a proud representative for DSAC of Myler High School. I'd like to share some exciting updates from Myler High School and Zupanik Virtual Academy. As we conclude quarter 3, I want to highlight some activities from February and March thus far. In February, we hosted a successful FAFSA workshop with the Blue Foundation to assist Myler and Zupanik seniors in completing their applications. March 13th will be our next FAFSA night here at Myler. Future FAFSA workshops will be held on campus monthly until May. Further, we have our PBIS incentive field trip to Cal Skate in Grand Terrace, rewarding those PBIS scholars with a roller skate day on the 15th of March. Further, we are celebrating the end of the quarter with our whole school barbecue in the quad for Myler and Aspire students scheduled for March 19th. February also saw a study trip to Chaffee College with Myler students in attendance. We are proud to recognize the February Kiwanis students of the month, Jordan Charles and Olga Gomez Martinez. Both consistently represent our PBIS beliefs of staying focused and respectful, and both are well deserving of such recognition. Myler students kicked off celebrating Black History Month with an amazing field trip to More Than a Month concert, as well as attending the DAAPAC Black History celebration on February 24th. Myler High School celebrated Black History Month as well with a week-long Spirit Week dress up and topped it off all with a Taste of Soul Black History celebration in our NPR after school. The event was well attended by both students and staff, as well as parents and volunteers from the local community. With a plethora of both food and information, the event was such a success that we will be repeating next year. In conclusion, I'd like to remind everyone that we are Myler and Zupanik, where our PBIS beliefs are responsible, respectful, focused, and safe, and define our school culture. We are committed to fostering an environment where our students can thrive. Thank you so much for your attention. This is why Myler is number 1.
Thank you to all our DSAC students.
Well done. Okay, we continue with recognition of Rialto High School academic decathlon winners. And I believe that would be going to Miss Lewis. Ms. Galazzo, would you assist Miss Lewis? Up at the podium, please.
Well, we've always talked about Rialto pride, academic excellence, And now we have our academic decathlon competition winners. I am so excited. Are you excited? So, you know, this is a team sport, right? You have teams, you decide to study, you sort of split it up to conquer. And so I'm going to ask my board team to join us, and we're going to have our student go ahead and read this. Come on, because this is a team. This is the decathlon. Yeah.
Rialto High School, home of the Knights, for the first time in the school's history, placed in the 41st Annual San Bernardino County Academic Decathlon Competition. The award ceremony, which was held on February 8, 2024, hosted 53 teams from 19 high schools across San Bernardino County. Third place was earned by Rialto High School, Team Blue. Before we call the students and the coach up, we want to have our county's school representative join us, Director of Leadership and Outreach, Dr. Robin McIver Brown, and Coordinator of Diverse Student Learning, Dr. Furman Jaramillo, join us with the trophy brought up. The academic competition took place in January and February, consisting of categories in essay writing, both prepared and impromptu speeches, panel interviews, objective testing, and culminated with the highly anticipated super quiz. More than 300 students from 19 high schools throughout San Bernardino County participated in the competition. Rialto High School named itself Team Blue and was led by the academic decathlon coach, Mr. Julian Ansmert. San Bernardino County Superintendent Ted Alejandro stated, "We applaud the unwavering dedication and perseverance of our students in this rigorous program in celebrating their achievements. We also extend our gratitude to the coaches and administrators who have guided them towards excellence in this competition." The theme for this year's competition was technology and humanity. Each year, the theme is generated by the United States Academic Decathlon and is provided to SBCSS by the California Academic Decathlon. Dr. Caroline Sweeney, principal of Rialto High School, was excited, and she shared, "We made history by placing, and I couldn't be more prouder of our hardworking students under the guidance of Mr. Ansmert. And we agree. When I call you name, please come up and collect your certificate, Team Blue."
All right. We are actually pleased to be here, to our board president, to Dr. Avila, and to the innovation team. This student just, outdid me. She said everything I was going to say. But we just have a few words to share with you. Every so often, you witness a team that achieves something extraordinary, something that leaves a lasting legacy long after high school days have passed. This is the story of such a team, a group that came together, worked tirelessly, believed in each other, and pushed one another to greatness. They've left an indelible mark on their district, school, families, coach, and fellow students, a mark of pride that will be cherished forever. They were not just any team, they were the Rialto High School Knights. I am certain that their path to success was filled with resilience, and I'm confident that they have faced every hurdle with unstoppable determination. This group demonstrates the true power doesn't come from solo wins, but from the combined efforts and unity of the team and a top-notch coach, armed with belief in his students. Their third place win at the county level academic decathlon isn't merely their triumph, but a source of motivation for their entire school and community. It demonstrates the incredible achievements possible when you join together, support each other, and chase a shared goal. This victory is a powerful reminder that striving for excellence together makes the achievement even more rewarding. The Rialto High School Knights have raised the bar for those who follow and secured a place in their school's history, inspiring future Knights to aim high. Dr. Jaramillo, Coordinator of Student Events for the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, has come to present this trophy, perpetual trophy to you that we have had since 2002. In it is etched the name of Rialto High School.
So, the fearless team that I'm a part of is going to come up here and join, and I'm going to pass this wonderful academic excellent decathlon to our principal and our team coach. Come on down. I want everyone to is there students here? Okay. So I want each of our members, you have two to call the name up, and I'll start with the name team here.
May I have this?
Oh, yes.
Congratulations.
Oh, this one? Yes. And they're going to call the student's name. Each one has two.
Alex Boy.
Stand over there, right there, next to them.
Marcos Gomez.
Omar Albodani. And then Carlos de la Torres.
I was given two names and then I was given some more. So if the board would like to support me, absolutely come on by. Okay, Samuel Lamas. Juan Morales. Go ahead.
David Quintanero. Mia Rodriguez. Valeria Rubio. Is she here? I think she's here. Your turn, your turn, your turn.
Fair and equal. Sergio Vargas Gomez. Luke Wynn. Gilberto Oviedo. And some people are still in school even when they're adults. Julian Ansermet. Okay, please go ahead. It's picture time. But I really wanted to say something. I came from Chaffee High School, and they are normally up at the top. So it is good to see third place knocked off this year by Rialto High School. Thank you.
That's for cheer. here.
A little bit closer.
That's for the next one.
We can make 2 lines. So we get everyone in the picture. We're gonna keep this here. Step forward, step forward. You gotta get the picture spot. There we go.
Can we have you on your side? There you go. Come in nice and tight, everyone. Right there, right there. Back up. Big smiles, everyone. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Thank you.
Go ahead and grab your set, guys. Don't leave anything behind. Don't leave anything behind.
It'll work. Ms. Galasso, don't get too comfortable. We've got one more. Okay, recognition of Rialto High School cheer squad earning national championship. Rialto has been busy.
We're gonna read this together, okay? Together? Yeah, well, maybe I'll just read it together. You hold this, because this is gonna fall. Okay, let's wait for them to settle in. Hi, girls. Yeah, I'll read fast. Okay. Rialto High, home of the Knights. What do you guys say? Rialto! That's right. They are on fire with accolades, both academics and sports. We just heard about the success of the Knights academic decathlon, but over the weekend, from February 16th through the 18th, 2024, Rialto High School cheerleading squad participated in the United States Spirit Association National Cheer Competition.
Ms. Dominguez, into the microphone,
Oh.
please.
Sorry. That was held in Anaheim City. In order to receive a bid for the Nationals, teams must complete in regional events, place, and score a minimum point score. Rialto High School earned a bid at Damien High School in Chino on December 17, 2023. After hours of prep, competitions, Rialto High's cheers squad came out victorious and received first place in Nationals. In the varsity show cheer non-tumbling advanced bracket. Thank you to not only the hard work of the cheerleaders, my girls, but also the awesome coaches, Irene Armenta, and her daughter Liliana Armenta, who, by the way, were also former students at RHS. And in that same year, the RHS took national honors. So iron indeed shapes iron. Proud Rialto High School principal cheered, "I couldn't be proud of you girls. Not only are they champions on the mat, but champions in the classroom as well. No amount of bruises, lack of sleep, or relentless practicing could keep them from achieving their national goals. They wanted to win, and they indeed won. Congratulations to our team at RHS. We will call your name, so please come up to accept your certificates." okay. Come on. Whoever wants to help, the more the merrier.
It's all you.
Whoever wants to help, come on in.
Go.
Okay, girls, you guys can stand up now. Stand up now. Come on. Okay. So, Yolanda Ortega. Now put them right here and we'll do like 2 each. Here you go. Oh, congratulations. Jasmine Ballards.
Cameron Delgado. Stephanie Garcia.
Christine Gomez.
Amira Miyangos.
Reina Navarro.
Angelica Peña.
Marisol Reyes. Ariana Vega.
Regine Williams.
Trine Armenta.
Areen, that's the coach. That's the coach.
Let's have the Armenta girls. Okay. Which one are you?
I'm Irene.
Irene, there you go.
She's in school. She's at CSUSB right now in class.
You might know her.
I see it. Janelle Balderas.
Janelle Balderas.
Jocelyn Dunez. Brooklyn Gaitan.
Tiffany Alvarez. I never made the cheer squad, so I'm feeling it right now.
Juliana Barragan.
I got an easy one. Alyssa Cruz.
Nevea. She's not here. Okay. Okay.
Zuglei Quesada. Laveni Uikab.
Marina
Armenta.
Armenta.
Isabella Carrillo.
Okay. Nazeth Lopez.
And finally, the queen of the castle, Miss Caroline Sweeney, the principal. Okay. Now, spare fingers, spare fingers, spare fingers, spare fingers. Oh, no. Let me try to unteach you. Is that a bingo board? Oh, I'm sorry.
We're working on the 2090s.
Guys, we gotta squish it in the first picture. Squish it, squish it, squish it. Oh, squish it. People go. There you go. Okay, so do you guys see this person? We do. Okay.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Carolyn, do we have any no-shows? And decathlon?
They have a small cheer for us.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Martinez, they have a small cheer for us.
Okay.
If we can have everybody sit down, our cheerleaders have a small performance for us.
We were hoping to show our Board of Education just a little bit about what goes on a mat at a competition, but without all the flying cheerleaders.
Oh, let me go on the other
No
side.
falling.
RIA, ready? RIALTO, we are Rialto. RIALTO, we are Rialto. RIALTO, we are Rialto.
All right. Thank you.
Now, no spear fingers.
Okay.
She says that's 80s and 90s.
All right, artificial intelligence. B4, we have a presentation by Ricardo Carlos, multimedia marketing innovator, communication media services, Paulina Villalobos, agent academic technology, and Gil Lopez, agent information systems. While they're setting up, I'm sure that everyone who's my age, or maybe your parents, remembers the controversy about calculators. Do we use them? Do we use them in class? Do we use them for homework? Do we or do we not? I'm sure it's going to be a very similar argument nowadays.
It already is.
It's like you've seen the presentation. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our USD Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Avila. My name is Ricardo Carlos. I am the Multimedia Marketing Innovator for the Rialto Unified School District, and I'm joined tonight by Paulina Villalobos, the Agent of Academic Technology. And today, we are going to present to you about AI in education, so pioneering smart solutions for tomorrow's classrooms. This is really the start of a broader conversation. It's impossible to capture every angle of the AI scene right now because it's constantly evolving, but this is the first step, and I'm so happy to be part, along with Paulina and Gil Lopez, which couldn't be here tonight, happy to be part of this conversation. So, quick presentation overview. We are going to cover what is AI. We are going to see how educators are currently leveraging the technology. How do we consider student safety and privacy when exploring AI tools? And current and next steps when considering incorporating AI tools in the RUSD. And really the idea of this is to establish some common terminology and give you a brief overview of where we're at. Again, this is impacting society right now. It's going to impact jobs. It's going to hit us in many different levels. So let's have a broad understanding so then we can understand how it's implemented in the RUSD. So before we get into it, I want everyone to take a moment, put on your imagination time machine thinking cap, and we're going to go all the way back to the year 400 BC. That gentleman right there is Socrates. And interestingly enough, although he is considered one of the greatest philosophers and thinking minds that humankind has ever known, he feared that the written word would lead to a decline in memory and the ability to think deeply. So he believed that true knowledge came from active dialogue and that writing the alphabet would erode the need for memorization. It's fascinating. This is Johannes Gutenberg, and we have moved to the year 1454. He is the creator of the printing press. And at the time when this technology was created, critics feared that easy access to books would lead to intellectual laziness and reduce the need for rigorous memorization. So again, some educators at this time, they had this sage on a stage idea. So they clung on to this idea that if everyone has access to books, then there's no need to memorize. Again, it goes back to that memorization piece. And the calculator. So in the 1970s, even though the calculator is a little bit older, we're moving forward to the 70s. The 70s is when the pocket calculator really came to be. And critics argued that the reliance on calculators would weaken students' basic arithmetic skills. So you can kind of see this common trend. Now, let's fast forward. We're here, 2024, the future. And the conversation around artificial intelligence is mirroring many of those same conversations from the past. Each of those innovations was met with fear, the ones that I just covered, yet they transformed society in unimaginable ways. But just as with any of those technological revolutions in the past, AI holds the potential not to diminish our human essence, but to enhance it. So let's get a broad definition of what is artificial intelligence. Human-designed computer programs that autonomously exhibit characteristics of intelligence, such as learning or decision-making. And I like to emphasize that this is all human-designed. Humans created this. These are just some interesting statistics that blew my mind. This is from a Forbes survey. The AI market will grow to $407 billion by 2027, up from $86.9 billion in 2022. Over 75% of consumers worry about AI-generated misinformation. Of course, as we round up into the election season, that's going to be heightened. Things like deep fakes and AI phone calls, robocalls, this is all affecting society right now. ChatGPT, and I'll get a little bit more into ChatGPT shortly, but ChatGPT reached 1 million users in just 5 days. That's unimaginable. That we haven't seen an adoption of a technology like that in a long time. And AI could displace 400 million workers by 2030. That's 15% of the global workforce. And it's only projected to create 97 million new jobs within that time frame. So that's why it's imperative that us as educators understand this technology, because how is it going to, we're teaching the future, right? Our educators are teaching the future. So how can we get ahead of these numbers? So revolutionizing learning. There was another nationwide survey that was conducted on 1,500 US respondents. 1,000 of those were aged 14 to 22, so high school to college age, and 500 of those were teachers at those same grade levels. And they responded that most students agree that AI technologies help them better understand the material. 73% of students study faster or more efficiently using some kind of AI. 48% of those respondents say that technologies have had a positive impact on the student learning experience. 42% of all respondents report that AI creates a more equitable system. So that's fascinating. And we'll get into some survey results that we took here in the district in a little bit. But again, I want to continue building out what is this broader definition of AI and where it starts to get important that we understand some of this terminology, because we hear it on the news, but what are we really talking about? So AI, think of it as a bubble. AI is just this umbrella term. Artificial intelligence can be anything from your Siri to your Alexa. And I'm sorry for those viewing at home if your Alexa just turned on right now. I'm not going to stop saying that word.
2 times.
2 times. So it really is just this idea of machines that act like humans. So it could be anything from R2-D2 to those products that I mentioned just a moment ago. Within artificial intelligence, we have machine learning. So the simple definition is when a computer learns from experience. So your YouTube recommendations, your Spotify recommendations, even some credit scoring systems use machine learning to give you better feedback. And then one level deeper from machine learning is deep learning, as the name suggests. And this is the deep learning is a type of machine learning that is very good at recognizing patterns, using structures inspired by the human brain, neural networks. So things like facial recognition. When you unlock your phone, for iPhone users that have your facial recognition, it unlocks your phone. Fraud detection software and even self-driving cars use a form of deep learning. And then we get into the good stuff. It's all good, it's all interesting, but this is where all the buzz is right now. This idea of generative AI. Generative AI, the simple definition is where a computer can make new things like pictures, music, stories, or just written content based on examples. So it pulls information from the internet, from data sets, from different locations, and it creates something new. And within generative AI is what we hear about ChatGPT. So that is a form of generative AI where it's creating something seemingly out of nothing. So generative AI, let's define that. A type of machine learning that uses advanced algorithms in order to create data or media. And I want to emphasize that again in blue, creating data or media. These are some of the common products right now, and this list is constantly evolving, so it's almost hard to put something down and present it, but these are the major players right now. ChatGPT and DALL-E, Google, Gemini, they recently rebranded from Bard, and then Microsoft Copilot and Claude AI. They are all battling right now in this space to be the dominant generative AI solution. So again, now quick quiz time. What is AI? I think we have a pretty good understanding, but let's answer that question. The answer to the question of what is AI is the answer, AKA Allen Iverson, AI. And I thought this was an interesting comparison because the way that he works, the way that he played, Allen Iverson, for those that don't know, he was an NBA guard. He never won a championship, but he's considered by many as one of the best basketball players of all time. And part of that is the way that he was adjustable. He had adjustability. Iverson's game time adjustments mirror AI's ability to learn and evolve from new data. He was able to see a play and then make that change in order to score the basket. Breaking norms. Iverson challenged the NBA norms just as AI disrupts traditional industry methods through innovation. And he was controversial, both on court and off the court, as is AI. It's a controversial subject. And practice. AI, Allen Iverson famously ranted about the need for practice or not necessarily needing to have practice. But the interesting thing is that AI, artificial intelligence, thrives on practice. And by practice, we're talking about training data. Training data could be the internet. Training data could be sets of text that it absorbs in order to, again, create, generate product. So how does that tie into education? So this is just an interesting way to see what's out there. How can this impact? Obviously, there's going to be negative, but there is a positive aspect to it. Imagine a world of AI-assisted streamlined grading, where teachers are freed up to focus on nurturing student growth and addressing individual needs. Imagine a world of AI-aided lesson planning. There you go. And again, what are we doing here? We're buying time. We're giving back time to educators. I'm married to a teacher, and so I know firsthand, maybe not firsthand because I'm not the one doing the lesson planning, but I see how much time and impact it takes on her schedule just to do something that with AI assistance could be done in a fraction of the time. Again, relieving her to focus on that one-on-one thing. So it's kind of almost counterintuitive. If we adopt a technology, we actually encourage that one-on-one interaction between a student and a teacher. And again, AI expedited administrative tasks. So again, imagine being able to do this big amount of work in a fraction of the time, and AI-fueled research assistance. Picture a world where we're swiftly sifting through vast data to support educators and being able to pull out information that may not be immediately clear to us at first. And so this is just another little interesting thing. Again, we put this presentation together a couple of weeks ago. Within that week, another new product that is like breaking, all these AI expectations was announced. This is not a public product yet, but it just displays how powerful the technology is. Imagine a teacher teaching about prehistoric times, and this is an actual mammoth, an extinct animal that looks pretty real. So imagine that enhancing, in an instant, you type in the scene that you want to create, and there's a mammoth, almost real. And imagine for a history teacher, this is an aerial shot of a California gold rush town. Obviously, drones didn't exist back then, but this is what was created by just using text prompts. This is, again, it's not publicly available yet. It's by OpenAI. It's called Sora, but it will be. This is going to be how, people are going to be using this. I guarantee it. So a lot of this information that we learned and a lot of this understanding the spectrum of where we are at in education when it comes to AI, a lot of it came from the county Spark workshop. So the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools hosted these county Spark workshops where districts from all over the region came together to talk about this technology, hear information, and really just understand where everyone is at. And while everything was very beneficial and it was great to network, the interesting thing about it was that nobody has a clear plan. There are some districts that are doing great things, that are incorporating it into their educational structure, but nobody has this is the way to do it. So this is a great opportunity where we are at. In this district, we do move slow to move fast because we want to be strategic about the way that we absorb this information, making sure that it's always, our policy comes first, privacy comes first. But we have a great opportunity right now because there is no one way to handle this technology. I'm going to pass it to my colleague right now, Paulina Villalobos, to finish out the presentation.
Okay, so strategy 1, action 3 of our strategic plan emphasizes the importance of not just learning how to use AI, but also harnessing it to enrich classroom experiencing, moving beyond just simple substitution. And as we learn and use different platforms, it is also essential to consider the limitations of AI, treating it as a stepping stone rather than a final solution. Moving ahead, we will collaborate with a consultant to develop guidelines and update our acceptable use policy to include AI considerations. This opportunity comes at no cost to us, thanks to our partnership with Dell. We're also working on possible pilots for the 2024-25 school year, such as Microsoft Copilot and Canva for Education. Our goal is to enable everyone to explore creative uses of AI while ensuring that no personally identifiable information is disclosed. In an effort to learn how staff feels about AI, we created a survey and sent it out a few weeks ago. Here's a brief summary of the 302 responses. Over 75 participants are aware of AI and are interested in learning more. Privacy and academic integrity are the #1 concern. And about 70% of participants are interested in joining a committee or a focus group. Equipped with the survey findings, our subsequent action will be to establish a committee. We'll ensure diverse representation, inviting parents, union representatives, and both certificated and classified staff. And the committee's objective will be to discuss policy and plan for the incorporation of AI in classroom settings and in professional environments. This concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Yes, please. Ms. Lewis.
Great. This is the buzz. But could you sort of add students to that committee, because they're the ones that really use it, and I think hearing their voice and how they use it with the teachers and everyone else would be a stronger.
Absolutely.
Other questions or comments?
Maybe even including parents, just because.
Into the microphone, please.
Sorry. Maybe even including parents, just because if they take the technology home and, they can't access it, they're going to go to parents and say, hey, can you help me with it? And if the parent can't help, then they're going to get frustrated and kind of just put it to the side, so.
No, absolutely. We'll include parents too.
And I'd like to add on that. The idea is to create kind of this space where there is flexibility and there's practice, and you can learn the different products in a safe space. So absolutely having parents, having that student representation, it's going to take voices from every single sector. And so that is vitally important to the future efforts of any AI committee that is created.
Just a quick comment on education as we know it. Education is about 10 years behind. They always have been. With AI moving about 10 years per day, we'll never catch up. So we need to develop the plan for teachers, the most motivated, the most innovative, the most willing to take it on now so they can get familiar and comfortable. Without that, we're going to be decades behind
Exactly.
by rollout.
There you go. And I think the most striking thing for me was those job statistics. We're going to be behind, and the students are going to be behind. And
Exactly.
It's I completely agree.
And we could use AI to design every bit of it.
AI might have helped a little bit in this presentation.
I saw that. Well done. Very good. You guys keep getting smoother and better every time. Okay. We continue with presentations. B as in boy 5, Alternative Pathway to Diploma. Presentation by Dr. Sonia Scott, Acting Lead Special Services Agent. Move your mammoths.
Good job, by the way, Ricardo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just what was his login now? While we have a moment, communications was charged today with going over to Eisenhower and making record of the beam ceremony, if you will. And it's now on our YouTube if you care to take a look at it. It's short, but it's nice. Ladies, congratulations. More proof. When you need it done, call a woman.
They brought in the pro.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Can I adjust this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Board of Education, President Martinez, Dr. Avila, Innovation, and Viewing Audience. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk about some exciting news for students with disabilities. So I'm going to share information with you about the alternative pathway to diploma. Okay, Okay. So currently, I want to begin by talking about our current pathways to a high school diploma. We all know that the high school diploma is a rite of passage for our students. So it signifies the culmination of K-12 education and all the learning that the students have acquired over the course of 13 years from kinder to 12th grade. So currently, in our school systems, we have 4 options for students to graduate. The first is they can earn a local LEA diploma. So LEA is our local education agency, so us, the district. The minimum requirements to graduate is 220 credits. Another option is a waiver. Students can graduate with a waiver with a minimum of 180 credits. That's typically our McKinney-Vento, our foster students that can graduate with less credits. The state minimum requirement is 130, so students can graduate with a traditional high school diploma. And that one differs from the first one that I described, because the first one is typically the A through G college requirement. The fourth option is for our students with disabilities. Majority of our students with disabilities earn a certificate of completion, which is not equivalent to a high school diploma. By receiving a certificate of completion, it presents barriers for our students post-secondary. When our students leave our schools, they run into problems with enrolling into college courses. We do have students with disabilities that are eligible to go to college and want to go to college. It also presents a barrier when it comes to employment. When you look at a job application, it has high school diploma. It doesn't have a checkbox for a certificate of completion. And most employers want you to have a high school diploma. So the certificate of completion poses several challenges for our students, but per IDEA, so the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, it requires all students to have the same opportunities as non-disabled peers. So with that, in the state of California, California has progressively moved forward to try and provide more opportunities for students and to be more equitable in including all students. And so the state of California brought together a work group of different educators across the state to come together to develop a work group. And this work group developed a plan to look at different pathways to graduation for students and also consider ways in which students with disabilities can also graduate. So they identified 3 work groups, and I'm going to kind of go through this and explain a couple of things. The first work group is our students with significant disabilities. Those are typically our students that are served in who receive SAI, so specialized academic instruction, in our moderate to severe special day classes. Those students also have an alternative curriculum, so a functional life skills curriculum, because typically we're referring to students who may not be able to live independently and needed adaptive skills. Those students are also eligible to take the California alternate assessment when it comes to statewide assessments. Then we have a second group with moderate supports. Those are typically our students that receive SAI services that are considered mild-mod disabilities. They tend to be in our mild-mod class and may require small group instruction. And then our third group, which is a majority of our students with disabilities, are actually in gen ed classes, and they may get support with RSP or speech only. And then it also includes our students with 504 plans. Within these groups, this is just a breakdown of our state legislation and when it comes to graduation. These 2 groups that I have on the screen applies to groups 2 and 3. So it applies to the students with mild to mild disabilities and our students that are currently in gen ed that receive RSP and speech only. So typically the students in those 2 groups can qualify to get the high school diploma and meet the A through G course requirements, or they can qualify for the traditional high school diploma. When they receive this diploma, if they're in that A through G, then of course they took the minimum coursework to enter into a UC system or a USC system. So they can leave high school and go right to college. They can also go right into the military. They qualify for financial aid. And then for employment, most employers will take someone with a high school diploma. This also includes our traditional. So our traditional high school diploma is the minimum of 180 credits. Most employers will accept that. Most universities will accept that. But when it comes to our group 1 that I described, the students that have more moderate to or more significant disabilities, they receive their certificate of completion. So on the right, the column on the right describes what happens when you receive a certificate of completion. It is not equivalent to a high school diploma. It does not allow you to enter the military. It can present a barrier for employment. So we want to be equitable with serving our students and giving them more opportunities. So the alternative pathway makes students eligible if they participate in the CAW, if they complete coursework that is aligned to state standards. It also makes them eligible to enter the military if that's what they choose. And it also gives more opportunities for employment post-secondary. So who is eligible for this? It is students that are identified with a significant cognitive impairment. So that's an intellectual disability, and they may need some adaptive skills for independent living. It's any students currently that have entered ninth grade in the 23-24 school year. So it's eligible, students that are currently in 10th grade are eligible right now to receive the alternative pathway. They have to participate in the CAW. CAW is usually given in 3rd grade, 8th grade, and then 11th grade. So in order to be eligible, we have to have their IEP, so the individual education plan for our students, before 10th grade. So we have to identify those students that are eligible by 10th grade, so they'll be prepared come 11th grade to take the CAW. Again, they also have to complete coursework that is aligned to state standards. Currently, we have very few programs and curriculum that is aligned to state standards for students with disabilities. Oftentimes, the teachers will go onto websites like Teacher Pay Teacher, get created materials, or go to, Lakeshore or the school supply store and buy various books and materials to educate our students. This program that I will talk a little bit about is aligned to the state standards. So our curriculum, we currently use unique learning systems. We typically refer to it as ULS. So ULS covers the core academic standards. It has content connectors connected to it, which aligns with the state standards. So it is a rigorous curriculum for our students with disabilities, but it also allows for differentiation. So there's 3 levels within it. And then it's all scripted and outlined for the teacher. There's hands-on activities. It's adapted to meet the needs of each student. It also covers a 4-year, well, actually, let me correct myself. The unique curriculum goes from kinder to 12th grade, and then there's also a component for transitional planning. So here in Rialto, we are implementing that for next year. K through 12th grade, all teachers will be trained on ULS, and that is the curriculum that will be used for our moderate to severe students. Over 4 years, going back to the high school students, over the course of 4 years, from 9th to 12th grade, they will earn 40 units every year. The fascinating or the exciting part of this is if they don't finish within those 4 years and they transition into our adult transition program, our ATP program, they still have an opportunity to earn their high school diploma. So they have an additional 4 years to earn it. Collectively, that's about 8 years. 8 years. These are just an outline of the courses that we are offering. Each course is connected to a core content area, so English, math. They do have a component that is very comparable to algebra, but again, it's adapted and a curriculum for the students. We are referring to it as dynamic, so on their transcripts, it will say this particular course dynamic. So anyone that sees it within our local area will know that that is the program and the courses for an alternative diploma. This is a sample of the coursework over the period of 4 years. So I just put in some of the courses that a student could take. Of course, this will be in collaboration with the parent, determining the student's needs, working with the IEP team and the school counselors to determine what the student's needs are and what best course outline the student should take. It also includes the ATP. So again, when the students exit 12th grade, they can continue on and go into our adult transition programs, and they can continue to work on different courses. Lots of the courses can be repeated as well. So by an additional 4 years, by the time they're 22, they have earned a high school diploma. This is just an overview of what components we will include in it. The curriculum will be ULS. It again is connected to state standards for our students. It is appropriate for our students and also very challenging for them. It also includes transition planning. So when the students get 15, we do have to begin to talk about transitioning, but it's equally important that when they reach 12th grade, we start talking about what's next for them. So we do want them to transition into our adult transition program, begin to work on job skills, but it's also, the curriculum also contains components in there for transitioning, such as how to fill out a job application, how to, fill out your bank forms to make bank deposits. It's fascinating with AI that might be a component we need to look at for our special ed population too. So those are things that we will work on in our adult transition programs. It also provides students with opportunities post-secondary to go on to college or even into the workforce. And then it's about achievement. It's recognition of our students' abilities and skills and the accomplishments. And again, it's a rite of passage for all our students. So our next steps for implementation, we will begin to have family information meetings. These meetings will be in person and also virtual, both English and in Spanish for our families. Our first sessions will begin next week. And that will be at the Parent Institute starting next week. So information is going out to parents. Parents will also receive a letter from Special Services letting them know that their child is eligible and to begin to have these conversations. We will be offering a lot of staff training. So our secondary administrators and staff at the secondary level, middle school and high school will all have training on the alternative pathway to diploma. We'll go over the expectations, what is required, what they need to do at their sites. It also includes our school psychologists because they will have to include this in the IEPs as well. And then lastly, we will go into July and August with ULS training for all of our teachers so they will be able to implement the curriculum with fidelity. Any questions? Yes?
Please. Vice President Montes.
Yes.
One of two things. Now, either this all sounds really good, or where were you all our lives?
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
Agreed.
I'm here now. I'll be here for a while.
Yes, you
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I can't speak.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
We're
you so much
excited.
for this beautiful presentation. This is what we needed, and like Mr. Montes said it all, but I just do have a question about the meetings. Will you be meeting one-on-one with each parent, or would it be a general meeting? Because I don't see any times on here for the parents.
There's dates.
Yes,
Yeah, there's dates, but no time. So will
Yeah,
you be meeting
there's another
one-on-one?
flyer that I will share with you. So there is times, the one on the 13th and the 20th will be at 4 o'clock to 5:30 at the Parent Institute. And so, yes, there will be general information meetings for parents, but then they will have one-on-ones because right after spring break, we begin our matriculation meetings. So any students that are coming from middle school over to high school, they will have meetings with the parents and they need to talk about the coursework going into high school. So that will happen. The parents will also get a letter from us informing them that their child is eligible. And then at the IEP meetings, we'll begin to have those conversations.
Okay, and then the follow through and making sure that, the program is working, everybody is, that the program is basically working, that's going to be implemented as well, correct?
Yes, we will monitor. Currently, we do use ULS, and so we do have user reports, so we can look up the teachers that are using it and see how frequently they're using it. And if there's any questions or concerns, we can go in, our instructional specialists can go in and help support the teachers.
Okay, perfect.
Who helped you come up with this plan?
I
This is
worked
awesome.
on it and with our SELPA, so other local districts, we all collaborated together to develop this so we can be consistent. We do have other districts whose students transfer in, so like in Rialto High School, we have a lot of Colton families that come over to us. So it was collaborative with other districts in our SELPA.
Thank you. This is very awesome. Thank you. We look forward to it.
Please.
Just so the onboarding, a lot of times the teachers do not know their classroom placement. We have substitute. So now you're having typically, do they transfer class, or now one teacher is going to have to be pretty much sufficient for all these algebra, English, or are they going to are you rotating this? Because, sometimes at the beginning of the school, you're still switching, and then we do tend to get substitutes in that. So is this like a seminar, or is it going to be 4 weeks that you keep rotating to learn all this?
So the curriculum, well, for a teacher that has an ed specialist credential, they can teach all subjects. So one teacher can choose to teach all the curriculum, ELA, math, social studies, science, or they have the option of maybe co-teaching together. It will be up to the school sites, depending on the number of students, how many students are going to participate in the program. So I'll leave that up to some of the sites for their discretion. We'll work with them. The teachers will have access to the full curriculum. If there's a substitute, there's already lesson plans already built. The teacher just has to print them out and leave them there for the substitute. Or if the teacher had an emergency and was unable to leave it there, we can also print them out, put it there. We will have team members to go out to the sites to provide the teachers. So usually our team, whether it's our ABAs, our instructional specialists, they're readily available. So we have a good system of communication. If anyone needs support, we're on it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, great, because currently they're doing, I visit some of the class, so they weren't really doing this program.
Correct.
So that teacher really wasn't going through all these dynamics. So part of some of our concerns that different teachers have is they're onboarded, but they didn't have time to go through it, practice, train consistently,
Yes.
and be able to tweak it.
Yes.
So especially with special ed, you don't want that frustration on both ends.
Yes, because you have a
So-
variety of disabilities
Right.
in your class. A lot is going on. Yes, but we will provide training. We are actually starting the training this year before the school year ends. And then we will have more plans rolling out the beginning of the school year to make sure all teachers are familiar with the curriculum and how to use it and how to implement it, and also progress monitoring for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just making a note to self. I love the program. I love that you're taking it by the horns, so to speak. It is refreshing to have you tell us what the vision is instead of us telling you how to do things. And you've just given us a very good demonstration of Dr. Avila's agency.
Yes.
Becoming a leader and pulling instead of becoming a manager and waiting to be pulled.
Yes.
Dr. Avila, thank you for that. Team, thank you for that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Where'd you get these pictures? These are beautiful pictures. I remember every single one of these students.
Thanks to communication, the communication team helped me out, so thank you. Thank you.
I remember this one. It was cute.
They're not too bad either.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we are moving to C, comments. Public comments not on the agenda. Dr. Avila?
Yes, we have Matthew Barton.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is
Welcome.
Matt Barton. I am a parent of a couple of children at Jehu and Morris Elementary School. Wanted to come out tonight to discuss, or I guess bring up my concerns with respect to the incident last week. Before I do, I like to tell a story. We're new to the district. Last year was our first year at Jehu. We're at the back to school night, I believe is what it's called, right? My first event at the district. We stop off at the first class for my daughter, and the superintendent and Ms. Joffrey show up, and they show up a little bit late to the presentation. And they get their photo ops in the middle of the presentation. They disrupt it a bit, but okay, they keep it moving. And at that point, we find out that my daughter's in the wrong classes. She's supposed to be in dual immersion. We're going to call it a night because there's no point of going to the rest of the classes, right? So we're on our way out, and the superintendent and Ms. Joffrey are, heading out too. They're calling it a night early too. And there's some parents that, if you're familiar with the layout of JHU, you have that big blue gate where everyone enters from in the morning, right? And then you have that side gate that's just right around the corner. And there's some parents that are trying to get through to get into back to school night. And, the superintendent sees them, right? And instead of just guiding them over to, the gate, he's got his big keychain and photo opportunity, another photo op, right? And so
You have a minute left.
I have a minute left. Okay, then I'll circle back around. That's 3 minutes already? Wow, okay. So basically, then, okay. So with respect to the JHU incident, we didn't get any communication whatsoever, right? We got an email in the morning at 8:30 saying, hey, we're aware, it's all good, don't worry about it. After that, 10 o'clock roughly, SWAT team shows up, helicopters show up, no communication. No communication throughout. We're just kind of left in the dark in social media. Social media is just kind of going run wild. There's reports of guns. We know helicopters are out there. We know the SWAT team's out there, and we get nothing. Like, there's just nothing. And you guys lost control. When I say you guys, JHU lost control of the site. The school district lost control of just about everything. At the end of the day, we finally get a message from Ms. Joffrey indicating, hey, we know things looked bad, but they weren't really that bad. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. We missed the mark. We blew it. We let communication be controlled by social media, and disappointed. Yep, thank you.
Appreciate that. I'm sure we probably have others. Chief, are you around here still? There, come on. Why don't you come in and address the public as to that right now? That way, if there are any other speakers, they can just hear it all at once.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, viewing audience. My name is Gordon Leary, Chief of Safety Services. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak directly to the concerns that have come forward from parents, educational community as a whole. The situation with regard to social media activity and the hoaxes that have impacted our school district. First thing I'd like to say is that Rialto School District is not immune, isolated, or exempt when it comes to social media hoaxes or threats. This is something that is impacting schools, universities, and school districts across our nation, and we are aware of that. With that being said, we understand that we are dealing with something here that will require a collective approach, a multi-layered approach. That is something that we've always advocated, and that is something that we have always preached. On last Friday, we had a situation where JHU in particular had received a report that there was going to be a planned shooting at the school. Not only did they receive that report that there was going to be a planned shooting at the school that morning at around 8:30 was when the information was received. The report was that it would probably be around 10 o'clock. Colton PD had responded to the site to investigate with us that situation. While they were there working with administration, safety teams, and Colton PD, another call came from Colton Police Department, dispatch stating that there is an individual in the F building at that particular time rattling doorknobs and trying to gain access with a weapon, trying to gain access into the classrooms. The school was at that point placed on immediate lockdown by Colton PD. The principal shortly afterwards did send out a message to parents and giving a notification about that situation. Also, shortly after that, our Parent Square, through Communications Media Services, also sent out a notification to the community of parents, making them aware of the lockdown. When Colton PD responded to JHU on that day, they responded with their SWAT team. Also assisting and supporting them was another agency, which was the Sheriff Department, provided aerial support through their 40 King Patrol Aerial Support Unit, also responded to JHU that day. When a lockdown occurs at a school, and most of us may be aware of this, but I want to state this to make sure that we are aware, is that at that point, the school, that particular school is under the control and jurisdiction of that agency. It is not under the control of the principal. It is not under the control of the superintendent. It is under the control of the agency that placed it on lockdown. We have no say-so as far as what actions they take. We simply have to respond and adhere to the training protocols of an active shooter or intruder on campus drill. That is what our staff did. At that particular time, there won't be any communication coming out from the school to anyone. Now, even though there was a notification that went out to the parents, letting them know that we were on a lockdown situation, also be aware that most students have cell phones. So we don't have the luxury of only having one message going out to our parents or to the community. Students are also communicating with parents and giving their narrative of what they believe is happening at that time. So parents, rightly so, we understand, are going to rush the school. Even parents that don't particularly or don't normally pick up their kids from school came to the school that day. Why? Because of the information that they were receiving from their children, that they were in immediate harm's way. If it were me, I would have done something very similar. But also understand that in the middle of all of that situation, SWAT team was responding to this hoax, which they learned of after the fact. They were responding to the situation as though it were really happening. And when those situations happening in real time, we may not have everything on the outside of our campuses happening exactly the way we want them to happen. We've seen it happen over and over again in other school districts, at other universities. It doesn't fall out just like the script would have it to be. But I will applaud Colton PD and both the San Bernardino Sheriff Department for responding with all seriousness to this situation and taking it that way. The other thing that I would encourage our parents is that we are being more directly engaged and aware of the activity that is taking place with the cell phones that we have issued to our children, that we are aware of the activity that is on their cell phones and that we're talking to them and being more involved with what is happening with our children, because a lot of these situations do occur from the inside. Not all of them are outside non-student activity. Some of this is student activity. So I just wanted to paint that picture that if we're really going to get a handle on this situation, it's going to require more than me pointing fingers at you or you pointing fingers at me. What it's going to require is that we take the time to debrief, which is what we've been doing, and then we take the time to work together to identify where it was that we had some missteps. Because in every situation, you're going to have missteps. But we don't want to just focus primarily on the missteps. We want to focus on the solutions to the missteps so that we don't create those same situations or repeat them again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Great update. And I might add that communication from the agency is the first time we have accurate information. So any idea how much time that actually took before Sheriff's Department or Colton PD said, okay, we're safe, nothing's going on, here's
We're talking
fact.
about possibly approximately 45 minutes.
Figured, yeah. At that point, we can realize, we can send something out an hour-ish. That's accurate information.
And also keep in mind that after that, we are debriefing with the agencies. And then communications media sends out another message because they have more accurate information that they're able to send out. So the message that's coming later in the evening is not a late message. It's actually a follow-up message to an earlier message.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, do we have any more, Dr. Avila? Thank you.
Jesus Aguirre.
Welcome.
Hello, board members. This is my first time speaking here. I am also talking about the JHU incident. Okay. So now my question is, what are you going to do to prevent this? Just how Mr. This other person was saying. What are you going to do to prevent this? My daughter, you know, when I came out of work, rushing myself to pick her up, what if it was you? Anyone here, what if it was your daughter, your granddaughter, thinking that she's in this harm? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if it was a real incident and one of your granddaughters passed away because of it? What are you gonna do? What should we do? What I am asking, not asking, I am demanding that in every entry, you have a metal detector. And with all due respect, something I also see is that every security guard has to be armed on site, and teachers. If there is an active shooter inside, teachers and security guards need to have bulletproof vests and some arm to defend our children. Because what if it was your children? So all I'm asking is for more protection, and let's be proactive, not reactive. Because it's better to be safe than be sorry.
You've got a minute and a half, roughly.
So I want to ask, what's in your mind? What are you going to do to be proactive so that these incidents won't happen, even though if it is a real incident or if it's not? What are you guys going to do about it?
We normally don't answer back and forth
Okay.
because it just causes conflict.
Okay, I understand that.
But we will take that under advisement. Personal, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Since I'm going to use your last minute, if it's all right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Tell you what I'd do.
Okay.
Talk to my legislature and demand money for everything that you wanted.
Well, how about if all of us start? Because you guys are in those positions, and I know this is California, and we're like anti-gun, right? But how can you defend yourself with a broomstick? What are you gonna do? You know, these are our children, our grandchildren there, and we need to defend them and have zero tolerance.
You have my heart because I agree.
Thank you.
Dr. Avila?
James Martinez.
Good morning,
He
or
didn't
good evening,
say
everybody.
That was his personal opinion, right?
That is my personal
Make sure you
opinion.
make it clear.
Don't want to get you all in trouble.
Good evening, board members. My name is James Martinez, resident here. I have two children from Carter High School, and this is also about the JHU issue. Currently retired school police officer, and I don't know if you're aware, which is another reason why I came today, I'm also a contractor to your district. I have trained a majority of your public safety staff. I'm qualified and certified to teach the SB 390 and school resource officer. I'm going to tell you that As a parent with these children, with my kids here at this school, I trust these officers completely. I think that what you probably got was a boatload of angry parents calling you. I'm going to tell you that I've seen these officers, and with the amount of social media that was out there, it gave me perspective that was phenomenal. I don't know if you're aware, but the two officers that were there when when I say officers, I'm talking about your officers. You have a lead officer, and you had another young man. I believe it was this kid right here. I'm gonna call him a kid because I'm older than he is. When the police came on scene, they didn't hesitate. Those officers had no idea what to do in that school as far as the location, who belonged there, who didn't belong there, and they didn't have keys to every classroom that's on lockdown. So how do they do what they're supposed to do? This young man and the other officer went willingly, without body armor, without any protection, and went in there and helped those SWAT members open those classrooms and identified who belongs and who doesn't. That's heroic, to do it without body armor. So I'm going to ask you this. I know we talk about all these different things, but what you have direct control of right now is training. You watched these children come in here, and that music was beautiful. You watched these cheerleaders. They practice. You're not giving your security team enough time to practice. We practice fire drills. We practice earthquake drills. We have to change the way that we're thinking because active shooters are not going away. We've never had to worry about this. When you and I went to school, we didn't worry about this stuff. Today, it is off the hook, off the chain, and these officers here, I've had the honor of training them. They just need more. I'm here as an outside consultant, licensed and certified. We have every capabilities of enhancing the training, but we need the practice. These officers need the practice to make it work. Those two officers that were there that represented this school and Mr. Leary's public safety department, they deserve a medal. To just go and say, hey, I don't have any body armor and I can't do this and I can't do that. They didn't do that. They dropped what they were doing. They knew, communicated, from what I could see, communicated, and they went with these SWAT members. That is amazing. So please do a little more looking into that one. Please consider letting us do more training, letting us help solve some of these problems. I know we can't put guns on the campus, right? That's a whole nother issue, but you have the ability to directly solve the problem. We just need more training so we can protect the staff and the students.
That's something we can do. Thank you.
Michael Montano.
Good evening, everyone in attendance and viewing audience at home. Really wanted to keep this a positive evening tonight. This is gonna tightrope walk that. So one, I want to give a shout out to all those that responded to those incidents that spilled over to Rialto High as well. And I don't think I misspeaking when, and this is on the positive, as one of those steps is, it's my understanding that the SROs are coming back next year. And so if they are, and for those that don't know, those are actual police officers on campus. So I think that's a positive change. So there's a process to that, but again, I believe they are coming next year. So that may give some people some relief. I really came to speak on three things tonight on this rainy night. So before I forget, please, everybody, be careful going home. Better to get there late than not get there at all. And the three things, if I can remember, sorry, I had to run over here. Really wanted to keep it positive as being that this is entering my 10th year as a Rialto resident, and I felt pretty safe in the city. I'm finishing my 16th year at Rialto High, and this has been a great Rialto night, pun intended. Representing, and so I wanted to give a shout out to Julian Ansermet, our Academic coach, and our student scholars, as well as our Lady Night cheer team. For those that don't think cheerleading is a sport, oh, it is a sport. It requires skill, strength, and stamina. And for the performance that they gave here tonight, we couldn't fit all of them here, and they were very limited by the ceiling space. So if anybody's had the opportunity to see them perform, you see them getting thrown up in the air quite a bit. It is a sport, and great job to them all. Lastly, the third thing is last week, a week ago today, Dr. Avila came and spoke to my first period class, so I just really wanted to thank him for that. I did mention to him that I had ordered a gift for him, and it hadn't arrived yet, but I have it here tonight, and there are some words that go along with it, and 22 seconds is not enough to get those words in, so I will stick around after and give it to you. So again, thank you, and again, especially thanks to all our security officers who do an amazing job, so thank you.
Thank you.
That is all we have.
Okay. All right, we continue with public comments on agenda items.
We do not have any.
Okay. Comments from association executive board members, Rialto Education Association.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Avila, Board President Martinez. I want to start by saying I appreciate Mr. Montez and Ms. Dominguez because you both have children that go to our schools. You both have skin in the game, meaning that as budgets tighten, you'll be more careful when you're thinking about the impact because it could affect your own children. Tonight, the board is going to vote on a resolution outlining the need for budget reductions over the next several years. I'd like to frame those issues for you. Issue 1, we don't have enough music teachers or VAPA teachers. The numbers have gone down on your watch. Last year, voters approved a statewide measure to provide special funding for the arts. The money's just now coming in, and now we get to see where each of your priorities really are. It's easy to say how much you love art, choir, band, and theater, but will you hire more teachers with the new funding to provide those programs for our students? And as I've said many times, the students at Frisbee have been waiting for 2 years for a band teacher. Here's your first takeaway. There is new special money for the arts, so don't cut there. Issue number 2. Another area of need is elementary counselors. They cover multiple schools and have caseloads of around 2,000 students. The recommended caseload for counselors is 250. While REA has put it on our negotiations proposal, nothing stops you from taking action now to lower counseling caseloads. Takeaway number 2. Regardless of our financial constraints, some things still need to be addressed. A 2,000 student caseload for elementary counselors is untenable and needs to be fixed. Issue number 3. We know budgets are tightening, so yesterday I sent an email to all 1,300 members of the Rialto Education Association asking them to help us work to reduce chronic absenteeism. Student absences cost the district about $10 million last year. If we can work together to bring those students back to school, we could effectively eliminate the need for a $6 million for proposed cuts for next year. REA is part of the team, and we want to help. Your takeaway? We're all in this together, and we're going to work with you. Issue number 4. Our teachers know better than anyone what it means to have skin in the game. We have to live with every decision that gets made and figure it all out when the cuts come. I received the following response from a single teacher when I sent my email yesterday outlining how REA could help the district budget issues. This is from a 30-year veteran teacher. As an inclusion teacher, I have seen the hours of support drastically cut. Inclusion seems to be a cost-cutting strategy rather than a plan for supporting special needs students in a general ed classroom. My support was just cut in half last week when the district decided to make our second RSP teacher part-time at 2 schools. So they are cutting at the classroom level. I'm not worried about supplies. I can buy pencils. I'm worried about the manpower at the classroom level. I don't need a district-level behavior specialist visiting me with a handout of strategies after my inclusion student throws a chair. What I need is a person in my room or on my campus supporting him so he doesn't reach that level. I wanted to share that teacher's perspective so that as you consider budget issues, you remember to check with us about how things actually work at our school sites. Your final takeaway. include teachers in the decision-making process about cuts because we know what really affects the classroom. Thank you.
Okay, California School Employees Association.
Good evening, Rialto Unified Family. I'm Chris Cordasco, Chapter 203 President. First of all, I want to start off by saying thank you to the community members who've come forth with the issues tonight. Communication is the first step in resolving issues and identifying where we are weak and need to improve. I especially want to thank Mr. Martinez for his comments. Very proud of our officers. Our safety officers, our safety department has grown. They take this very seriously, and it's an honor for me to represent them. Tonight, I only have one thing to do. CSEA has sent a letter to the district with their intent to open our contract with our reopeners, and I have tonight those reopeners. So with your permission, Mr. President, I'd like to approach.
Please, yes. Happy to accept it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Lastly, tonight, I wanted to talk a little bit about something I brought to your attention at the last school board meeting when I talked about our negotiations on the class and comp. And I am thrilled to say that we finally completed all negotiations surrounding class and comp. I know you guys got that report, but I wanted to share that with the public, with our members at home. The next steps are in place. We're getting the signatures on our documents. It'll be going through CSEA for our 610 process. I'm really hoping to get that back and get this wrapped up before spring. So the weather's holding out for me, but I don't know, we'll see.
I hear you.
All right, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, Communication Workers of America. My mouth would only communicate appropriately.
Yes, good evening, honorable board and staff. It's been a really long day, sorry. I am Teresa Hunter with Communications Workers of America. I'm the area vice president, and this is Heather Estruck. She is your chief steward. We are here in support of the submission of our proposal, our contract proposal for 2024-2025. It says 2024-2025 here, but it's our full contract. So at negotiation, it is being bargained for 2024 through 2027. Anyway, we are here this evening in support of that. And we thank you very much and look forward to working with you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Couldn't do it without you.
All right, thank you.
And Rialto School Managers Association. Hard to keep a good man down. He's here.
Well, good evening, President Martinez, Board of Education, Dr. Avila, Innovation Team, and viewing audience. I am Mario Carranza, RSMA President and Dunn Elementary School Principal. On behalf of RSMA, I would like to thank all our members who attended the AXA Region 12 membership social this past Monday, where we heard a presentation on the 4 essential roles of a great leader, and it was a very powerful presentation. I want to remind our high school seniors and their parents that RSMA will begin our scholarship process with an April 19th deadline. And please take advantage of the opportunity because it's one of the main reasons why we come together as an association to give back to our community. Also, if you're an RSA member and have a graduating senior, your child can qualify for one of our scholarships. So look out for an email from Christy Streff, our president-elect. And last but not least, RSMA would like to wish everyone a relaxing and well-deserved upcoming spring break. We all deserve it. So thank you and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our student board member skipped out about 9:45 as she's got school tomorrow, and she's more than welcome. She's doing great.
8:45.
8:45, yeah. Told you my mouth wasn't working. Evidently, my brain neither. Neither.
Thought it was daylight savings time.
Yeah. Okay, comments from the superintendent.
Thank you, President Martinez. And yes, it may seem like it was a Rialto night, great recognitions, but also Wilmer Amina Carter High School's performance was phenomenal. It's certainly one from, again, very dear to me because it's from Mozart, my favorite classical composer. And the title, Eine kleine Nachtmusik, Little Night Music. Love that song. So thank you for that. I don't know if I butchered the name, but thank you for that.
Yes, we did.
And again, congratulations to all the Rialto High School DCAF members, cheer members for that great work that they're doing. And speaking of Rialto High School, I want to congratulate the Rialto Knights for also winning the first ever Chop Culinary Competition today, held at the Cafe Bistro Kitchen at the Chavez Huerta Center. Culinary Arts students from Rialto High School competed against 5 other area schools, including Carter High School, in a fierce food competition as they created an appetizer and main course in just a few hours. The Knights claimed first place in the best appetizer category and then won best overall. So congratulations to culinary students Dulce Rosales, Kalani Witty, Ashley Valencia, Fabian Campa, and their instructor, Chef Melissa Calvanico. Congratulations, Rialto High School. Congratulations to all the schools who over the last few weeks have put on some amazing performance to honor Black History celebration, Black History Month. It's just amazing to see the beauty of culture come alive and being shared here in our district. I also want to, had it in my comments, thank Mr. Montano for inviting me, allowing me some time to spend time with his students last week. Had an amazing time interacting with the kids, and I do have some planned follow-ups with several of them. So thank you for that opportunity today. Had a great time at Eisenhower High School where we lifted that first beam. I want to thank Angie Lopez and George Palma and the rest of the crew for making that possible, being a part of what is going to be a great resource for our students, our community here in Rialto. Also want to congratulate Ramona Rodriguez and Amy Cortez. Ramona, principal at Simpson Elementary School, and Amy Cortez, 4th grade teacher at Morgan Elementary School. Today they were recognized by the Rialto's Women's Club of Rialto for Outstanding Principal of the Year and Outstanding Teacher of the Year. And finally, I want to invite families in the community to join us at our upcoming LCAP meeting on March the 12th, 2024 at the Dolores Huerta Center for Education. We need to hear your input on what the district can do to support students and staff. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Okay, we continue with comments from members of the Board of Education. Member Lewis.
Yes, it's Women History Month. And I would like to share Mary McLeod Bethune. One of her quotes is, "We have a powerful potential in our youth, and we must have the courage to change old ideas and practice so that we may direct their power towards good ends." And I guess AI fit into that. Also, she's very known for knowing that the whole world opened to me when I learned to read. Pastor Casey in the dream presentation said, Google her. Google me. So folks, Google her because she was the 15th of 17 children. She was the only one that was able to go to school, but when she went to school, she went back home and taught the other members of her family. Not only that when she opened her school, they made the desk, they made the chair, they used the berries to make the ink. We don't have to do that now, but just saying her passion to be an educator. And not only that, but she became one of the first female presidents of college. She opened up a school for Negro children, and she is a UN ambassador. And she also, I just have to say that she was advisory to President Roosevelt. And she started the National Negro Council of Women, NCNW, which is still a viable, Thrive organization that our very own Joanne Gilbert is the leader of our Rialto chapter. The other person is Ann Sullivan, and she is the famous teacher and tutor of Helen Keller. And so you have these different spectrums where they never gave up. They found a way. And Alabamian, that was our mandatory field trip. All third graders throughout the state went to the birth cottage of Helen Keller, and we had the water, and we were tapping out water because Helen Keller was blind and she was deaf. But Ann Sullivan, I mean, she was a terror, she was a behavior, she had very, very severe behaviors. And Ann Sullivan, so it really taught us that anything and everything, and there was no excuses, with a dedicated, starts with the T, there you go, with a dedicated teacher and the support. So, you know, I was able to take those things and I said, let me see this Bob Murphy Community School. So I went to visit Bob Murphy Community School. And, you know, the population is 80% of Rialto students. But they are there for a reason, and they're able to come back if they choose, but some of the students stay there because of the small and the specialized services. But, you know, as we sort of develop the different types of learning styles and what we need and things like that, that's part of our extended Rialto USD. And so sometimes it's very good to know that and embrace that. Our very own superintendent attended the Ebony Triangle, okay, of the superintendents from Rialto, Fontana, and San Bernardino. And it was very, very interesting to see collectively, we're not an island, okay? We're Fontana Unified, you know, they're our neighbors. And so to really hear their perspective, their challenge, to learn from each other. And for me, it was very informative for me to know that our superintendent is engaged with the other districts and office, and it's a collaborative approach of trying to answer these same solutions that we're all grappling with. Look at that security, just all shy, quiet, superhero there. I mean, you know, and this is what it is. It's the unsung heroes. And I am just I'm so proud of you guys, and I'm so proud of, you know, you never know what you're going to do until you're in the situation. That's for sure. And so I just, to not even think, to exist, you know, I just have to stand up and give you guys that is just amazing. I just want to sort of wrap this up quick, is that LCAP, we need, just because you might not have children, if you're a community member, taxpayer, elderly, if the kids or parents park in front of your driveway, you need to come to the LCAP community meeting and really have your say. The students were very powerful, the ones I went to, and the parents and the teachers. So really make your voices heard. This is such a amazing time working on chronic absentee issue. We're diving deep into that task force. I think you're right on the mark. We have to sort of capture and bring them in. But there's awareness that people think their absence is excused, do not count for chronic absentee. And we have a lot of illness. We have kids with chronic disease. And so we're going to have to figure out a way to, the illnesses are going to continue. You know, people have sickle cell, asthma, diabetes, and so forth. And so they're going to miss some days. So we're going to have to figure out a way to really improve that, maybe beef up our health service so it's not always that call that they have to be removed. So I want to thank you, Mr. President, and read on, woman power, and I salute. Thank you.
Always
so much.
woman power.
Yeah.
Or the broom or the frying pan will come out, right? Old ways.
He didn't say that, did he?
Yes, I
We're
did.
going to give him a pass.
No, I love my wife, love the women. But we all can lose control.
Oh, my goodness.
No, just teasing my honey there.
Oh,
Okay. Ms. Dominguez, Clerk Dominguez.
Thank you so much, President Martinez. So, like Ms. Lewis said, it is Women's History Month, or Women's Month.
And I do want to start off by highlighting Miss Lydia Villa Komarov. She is a Mexican-American biologist and a pioneer figure in the field of molecular biology. Her groundbreaking research on the product of insulin, she basically was able to treat diabetes, which is, dear to me as I being a diabetic, type 2 diabetic, lived on insulin for a while and now I'm controlled. So, God bless her for being able to save many lives with insulin. But I do want to talk on a more serious issue of, safety being is our number one concern. It is above, everything in our district. I as a mom, I would have done what many parents would have and gone to the school. As a board member, I have to put trust in our district. I have to trust our district because I know that every decision that is made with intention and putting our students first. I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. But sometimes we do have to allow our staff to focus on our kiddos first. So it is hard to, kind of balance for myself to take off that mom role and be, a board member at times. But I do want to thank our JHU staff, our Colton staff, for keeping our kids safe, regardless if it was a hoax or if it was for real. I thank you for all of their hard work, for their charisma, their bravery, and everything that they did that day. I hope that, this behavior ends soon in our neighboring districts, because I know that it could be a phase through our kids, but, it all depends. So like Chief Larry said, have those open conversations with your kids about, having, hoax in social media, about social media. Those open dialogues. As a district, we have had our debriefing. We have strategies in place on how to better ourselves. Of course, with everything, we will try to do better. Nothing is perfect, so we will always do better the next time. Hopefully there is not a next time, but in the event of anything, we will always be more prepared. Our DSAC celebration was great. It was great to see our local leaders, our local talent from our students that we had. The JP Harlem Renaissance B that was hosted by Mrs. Rodriguez and her team. What I loved about most of it is that they integrated the bilingualism. They integrated, the Spanish, the English. They integrated everybody's culture. Even though it was Black History Month, they included everybody, and that was the most beautiful thing to me ever. Now, last year, Mr. Montes had said that, that when nutrition services go to Washington, they get the red carpet. Let me tell you, that's not true. They need Secret Service out there. They need to have the Secret Service out there because they get swarmed when they're out there. They are superstars out there. I recently got the opportunity to advocate with them for excuse me, I lost my notes. For increased meal reimbursement rates, for stopping them for decreasing the sodium and the sugar in the nutrition standard guidelines, and also the free school meals for all. And we were pretty successful. They're going to vote on Friday, so that way they can stop reducing the sodium and the sugar, so that way, if kids don't eat, they're going to be hungry all day. And if they're going to be hungry, they're not going to learn. So, we were able to at least accomplish something. I don't have too much to say that much tonight, but besides that, it was, stay dry, be careful, and I did bring some pins back. So if you could just pass them down. That's it. And one for Dr. Avila. Oh, got it.
Did Ms. Okay, you don't, okay, perfect.
Thank you. Okay, Vice President Montes.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Martinez. I know we've had a long night. It's almost 9:30, so I'll try to keep this as short as possible. But I do want to just address some of the concerns that were brought forward tonight by some of the parents in regards to the recent safety concerns at some of the schools. I first want to thank Chief Leary for addressing the board meeting and giving some information in regards to our protocols and what the district does during those types of situations. I want to thank Mr. Matt Barton, I believe was his name. He said him and his family are new here to Rialto. Welcome to Rialto. For those of us who have lived here many, many years, we love it here, and we're raising families here, and we welcome you, and we hope that you too will fall in love with Rialto as much as we do. I do want to apologize to him and his family, and all of the parents who might have been scared, might have been worried during, a tense and scary situation. But I would like to ask him and other people who are upset with our communications system or our department. And by the way, I think very highly of our communications department, highly respect them. They do an awesome job. But our communications is not our priority. Our communications in this district is not our priority. I have a question for people who are upset. What would you prefer that we do? That we first communicate to you, or that we first provide safety and security for your child? Which one do we spend time first letting you know, hey, this is going on, writing and calling and typing, or do we first secure a site from a possible threat? Even if it's just a hoax. Like a parent said, it's better to be safe than sorry. I was at first a little concerned that the PD showed up with SWAT and military helicopters and almost tanks or whatnot. But at the same time, I was like, well, you know what? Just in case, good thing they showed up like that. Other people are like, oh, they exaggerate, they think they're Rambo and this and that. No, man. We got to take every threat seriously nowadays, unfortunately. And it's not the first one, and it's not going to be the last. There's going to be more. Mark my words. Don't mark them. You know what's going to happen. There's going to be more threats, possible threats, hoaxes, pranks. But we have to take them serious. We have no other choice. Like Mr. Martinez, James Martinez said, we don't live in different times. That's our reality nowadays. And I'd rather see SWAT and, the National Guard and everyone show up, even if it was a hoax, just to be safe and not sorry. So again, I apologize to those parents. We got some angry emails. We got some angry calls. And we get it. Hey, kids are posting live on Facebook Live and on TikTok, and they see these AR-15s or AK-47s, whatever type of weapons that the SWAT team had on TikTok, and parents get into a frenzy. People get upset and scared, and and I'm getting calls. Hey, what's going on? I don't know yet. But you're a board member. Yeah, but first they need to make sure that it's safe. Once we're ready to be communicated what's going on, and everybody else is, I don't mind waiting. I want to make sure that everything is safe first. To Mr. Aguirre, who said, what are we going to do to prevent this? When it comes to a hoax or a prank, we can't prevent that. We can't do much to prevent a hoax or a prank. The district has taken some steps in developing systems, programs where students are being encouraged to notify the schools, the adults, If they know of any possible threats, if they know of any possible things that are going to happen, to report it. And it's the superintendent was sharing with us not too many meetings ago that it's had a huge success because you've got kids, students telling the adults, hey, you know what, this guy had, a pocket knife in his backpack, or this guy had some, empty souvenir bullet shells, and even though they're just souvenir bullet shells, we have to take everything serious. And those students and whoever's involved needs to be spoken to, and the parents, and the police notified sometimes. It's real serious. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that people don't know about or hear about, that our safety department and our local PD is taking serious. They have to visit sometimes homes because this student said that student brandished a gun. Just with that, they have to go and interview that family. And these are the things that our community is doing to try to keep our students as safe as possible. But again, I remind everyone, our staff, our parents, our students, that our priority will continue to be safety first, communication second. So if you haven't heard if something's going on, you haven't heard about it, but you saw it on social media, sit tight. Communications department will do a great job notifying you exactly what's going on as soon as possible. And the last thing we want is anybody to barge into a school and make a situation that's being investigated or secured worse by barging into the school and demanding to have their, access to their student right away. And that's why a lot of our campuses are closed campuses. That's why a lot of our campuses have the setup that they have to prevent people from just walking into the campus to cause a security threat or to just, make problems worse. So, well, thank you again, Mr. James Martinez, for sharing your insight as a parent and as a professional. And we commend you for helping our district with safety training. And we hope that we can continue to provide and partner with those who can help us, expand our knowledge and our professionalism as far as safety and security. So thank you. And we wish all parents and everyone understood exactly what you do. But again, you have that safety and security background, so you know more than everybody else exactly what we're going through and what we're trying to do. So thank you. Mr. Aguirre, again, we'll try as best as possible. We can't guarantee that we'll prevent hoaxes and pranks, but we're doing everything that we can, and your words are deeply felt. Same with Mr. Barton, and again, Mr. Martinez, thank you for sharing your words with us. In regards to the presentation of AI, I just want to give kudos to Ricardo Carlos again, and everyone else who took part in helping him with that presentation. I want to say Paulina Villalobos, thank you too. That was an awesome presentation. It was really a breath of fresh air, because a lot of people start thinking about, AI and hearing the things about AI, and they're like, man, that's crazy, or that's nonsense, or that's video game stuff. And the reality is that it's here. The future's here. And how are we going to do as a district? What are we going to do to capitalize or maximize the positiveness of AI, and how can we incorporate that into our programs, into our learning programs, into our academics? So thank you for that. And it definitely kept us awake. And Ms. Scott, Dr. Scott, thank you again for your presentation. It also kept us awake. It was really good. It was really good. You have our full support. Anything we can do, we look forward to the grand opening of the newly renovated Special Services Department. And thank you again. You've also been a breath of fresh air since you've taken the helm. So thank you for all of your hard work. And with that, congratulations to the cheerleaders on their accomplishments, and the Mozart students who played. Man, they were awesome. I felt like I was in a symphony. But then it brings me back to what Mr. Brinker said. We say we care about the arts, but we need to put our money where our mouth is And if we have to budget and tighten our belt in certain areas so that we can loosen it in others, we got to do what we have to do for what's in the best interest of the kids. And the arts is one of those things. Don't get me wrong, academics is number 2 or 3 of our priorities, right? Because safety is one. But the arts and vocational skills needs to play a role. And not everyone's gonna go to college. The numbers are there. The statistics are there. How many of our students are actually going to college? You know. So we want to also reach the other portions of our community that want to start a business, want to go into other professions. Some kids, a lot of kids, after they graduate, they're like, God, good riddance, I'm done with school. And they don't want to, they don't want to continue in education, and that's fine. Not everybody does. So we have opportunities for those who do. We should also have opportunities for those who want to seek other avenues, and music and the arts is one of those. So, all right, I better shut up. Thank you. Thank you.
I agree with everything said tonight. It's really difficult, and I can't blame the parents. They're right on. They're protecting their babies, my babies. One of the things that stands out, I've talked about it, maybe 2 board meetings ago, and it's about a first responder. Are you a first responder? We found out that our people, yes, please do. You run towards or away from problems, in this case, alleged gunfire. You go towards it. Your personality is going to dictate how you react. And, okay, if your auto response is, I'm going towards it, I'm helping, I'm watching out for the kids, you are a first responder. You could be anything you wanted to be. You know that early on in life, though. I mean, by age 12, you know whether you're going crazy during an earthquake or you're directing people, hey, get under your desk. So that's one clue to how you find out more about yourself and more about what you are ideally equipped to be and to do. I have so many notes, it's crazy. Dr. Avila, I think it would be appropriate that we just, from here on out, whenever we have a situation that our people respond to in that positive a manner, we commend them. We did that at Fitzgerald with that one item. Something similar, and in the future, something like that should just be normal here in Rialto.
Will do.
Because they're saving our kids.
Should we make a motion for it? Or? Let's make a motion.
Okay, and teachers know this better than I do, and you alluded to it, Vice President Montez. Students can't learn if they don't want to read. So that's why Rialto is really following Dr. Avila's lead to read by 3rd grade. That's ideal, but you can't force someone to read. But nobody cares more about your future than you. You know, you look yourself in the mirror, or you're a little kid and you're wondering, okay, what am I going to do? I hate to read. Well, you're limiting your options. I don't know. I won't limit your future by telling you what phrases to learn. Because, again, back on track, nobody cares more about your future than you. Your parents are probably next, your brothers and sisters and family then next. Somewhere is a great teacher. They're trying to teach you, but you only learn like 25% if you're really good at listening, if you're paying attention every moment and retaining. So, okay, the test, you're not going to pass unless you read, follow up, and develop the skills to make yourself better at what you want to do and should care most. You want to be a first responder? You know that early. Okay. Closed session, we had to go through some tough decisions. Not going to divulge or anything like that, but after seeing Ms. Scott's and the communications and Villalobos, Ricardo and Villalobos' presentation, it really is people developing the skill for the next step. They had their vision. They're operating on that vision. And that's a role model for everybody in Rialto, that everybody, myself down to the brand new student, should learn. Takes leadership. She's pulling everybody, the district, behind her. Or Ricardo and Villalobos are pulling towards AI. It takes grit and tenacity, because out of 100 people, you may be pulling 2, and they're going to have to pull 2 each. And that's how it starts. That's the only way we're going to change Rialto from comfort and complacency equals stagnation, which is what I came into 15 years ago, 16 years ago. Anyway, in 2009, when I was seated.
2008.
2008, December, yes, technically. I got my insurance January, though. Okay. One thing I touched on earlier, in earlier board meetings, the fire department told me that they had EMTs, the medics, on board the ambulances for the city, and that there's a very high rotation, that for whatever reason, Rialto tends to be a training ground and they move on. It's the same here in the district, Rialto Unified. Whether it's pay, whether it's other options, all of that's okay. If you're here and you get cut or you find a better job, or those are all options available to it. Nobody likes change, so you're going to hate it right out. Been there, done that. But historically, and I'm talking, my reference of history really is the Bible. What happens from that? Let's say we lose 10 people a year, and they go elsewhere, and they make it. That spreads the Rialto way. That spreads the vision, the learning, the leadership skills you learned here to other districts, maybe the county. And it's something that happens if you let it. Other than that, because of change, people can shut down. They just said, I'm tired of it. I don't want to read or learn anymore. As you said, some people graduate high school and I'm done. Others go on to be great teachers. And I'm looking at you, Tobin. Okay, enough of that. My last thing is Kiwanis Student of the Month was celebrated February 27th over at the PDC, Chavez Huerta. And I wanted to see Miss Galazzo because her name is on here. She is Carter's Student of the Month for January. King Galazzo and Ruben Magana Garcia. Eisenhower's Brenda Haro Ramirez and Mark Rivas. Myler had Caremo Tadeo Villa and Otis Aguilar Rodriguez. And Rialto had Oscar, oh my goodness, Abdelhad. You want to try?
Abdel Hadi.
There you, closer than I got. And Myra Cerda Gonzalez. So if you see any of those students, be proud of you. Okay, grab onto some of what they got. They deserve those recognitions, and so do you. Okay, we're moving on to D, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, vote by board members to open public hearing. Ms. Lewis, Clerk Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice President,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Okay, public hearing is open at 9:42. 9:42, excuse my voice. Communication Workers of America, CWA, 2024 to 2025 proposal. Pursuant to the requirements of Government Code and Board Policy, the initial 2024-25 proposal submitted by the Communication Workers of America for an agreement between the Communication Workers of America and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. Do we have anyone who'd like to speak on it, Dr. Avila?
We do not.
I need a motion and a second to close public hearing, please.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. And myself, I appreciate all the help. You can tell the caffeine's wearing off. Okay, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Aye.
And, okay. You're
Aye.
ahead of me. Aye,
And aye.
and me too. And that's 9:44. Okay, this is item D31, Delta 31, 2024-2025 proposal to Rialto Education Association, REA. Pursuant to the requirements of Government Code and Board Policy, the attached initial contract proposal for the 2024-2025 school year submitted by the Rialto Unified School District for an agreement between Rialto Education Association and Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with legislative requirement for public notice. Do we have anyone?
So moved.
Hold on. Do we have anybody that would like to speak, Dr. Avila?
We do not.
Okay. Your motion is appropriate. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And Clerk Lewis?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Member Lewis. Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And President myself? Aye. And that's 9:45. E, consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action. Motion and a second, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any polls or discussion? Seeing
had a
and hearing
poll.
none? I'm sorry?
There might be one.
Yeah, I had a E3.7. I just had a comment. I want to proceed
Okay.
with the vote, but I just had a comment on the question.
E 3.7, go ahead.
So for this one, I just want a timeline from start to finish. I know that this was a project that's been kind of onboarding, so I just kind of wanted to know the timeline.
Okay, Dr. Avila, do we have any timeline on this?
Diane?
Anybody to speak on this?
We will provide that to Dr. Avila and get that to you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Ms. Romo's here.
Sorry to wake you. Do you have input for us? Oh, go ahead and repeat the question, please.
Do we have an estimate timeline on when this project should be completed for the school sites?
Good evening, board members, President Martinez, and Superintendent Avila. My name is Angie Lopez, and I'm the agent of facilities planning for the Rialto Unified School District. This is for the elementary kitchens upgrades. We are currently in the feasibility study phase. So that means that we are studying the locations of how we're going to expand the kitchens. For some of the sites, unfortunately, we have some challenges and we haven't been able to find the location of how we're going to be expanding. So that's why we are doing all of our due diligence, which includes all of our underground utility scans to find out what is underground in the areas that we are looking into expanding. So we're hoping that we are going to finish the feasibility study within the next month or so. And then after that, once we have that done, then we will start with the design process.
Okay, and how long does the design process take?
It typically is about 6 to 8 months for the design process. Then we're going to have to go to DSA for DSA approval, and that's about another 6 to 8 months.
Okay.
So we're probably looking maybe 18 to 24 months for these projects.
Estimate, and that's if there's no unforeseen circumstances.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Unless we can find a design that is pre-approved.
Well, every site is unique, so we have to make sure that we study every site.
Taco trucks.
Yeah. Great idea. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other comments or polls?
No, that's it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Okay, we are ready to vote. How do you vote, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, F1, discussion action items. Award bid number 232414, Zupanic Virtual Academy site construction to FAR Electric, Inc., doing business as FAR Builders. Motion and second, please.
So moved?
Second. Award bid number 232414 to FAR Electric, Inc., doing business as FAR Builders at a cost of $2,492,292, which includes a $200,000 allowance and to be paid from the Fund 25 Capital Facilities Fund. Discussion, questions, or comments? Hearing none, how do you vote, Member Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. I'm sorry this has been on my mind. Dr. Avila, could I request for the board it's probably from the SACS information, all the fund numbers, because it's been asked of me, and I had the question when I first started, that, what are these fund numbers? So,
We'll get a legend
if
for
the
you with
board
all the
could get
details.
it, that would be
explanation,
wonderful.
of
It
course.
would help out, not that we'll keep it, but, yeah. Yeah? No?
I don't understand.
I'd also, if I may,
Yes, please do.
I'd also like to make a recommendation for the, to make the agenda more swift. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we have to roll call vote the discussion action items. But anything before the discussion action items, we could just go back to the old way of all in favor, everybody says aye, and then the question is, any opposed, and then anybody, and then that would eliminate all the time taken up on roll calling vote, the whole agenda, rather than just the ones that are required by law, which is the discussion action items. Just a suggestion.
Dr. Avila, could we look into that,
We'll look into it,
please?
of
Thank
course.
you. Okay, anything else? All right. F2, approve the 2024-2025 Student Transportation Plan. Update Student Transportation Plan presented to the Board of Education. I'm sorry, motion and a second.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Updated Student Transportation Plan presented to the Board of Education under separate cover in accordance with Education Code Section 39800.1, which specifies a district must have a transportation plan updated and approved by April 1st of each year. Questions or comments? Hearing none, how do you vote, Clerk? I'm sorry, Member Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F3, amend the approval of the Family Literacy Program. Approved to amend the registration fee from $450 per participant. I did it again. We got our first and a second, okay. I'm losing it here. Approved to amend the registration fee from $450 per participant to $950 per participant, therefore increasing the amount of the Family Literacy Program from $81,000 to a not-to-exceed amount of $130,150 to be paid from the General Fund Title I. Questions or comments?
Yes, I have a question.
Please, go ahead.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
A question?
There was a first and a second, right?
No.
Not yet?
Okay, well, I'll make the
First.
motion. I'll make a motion. Or I'll
Second.
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 Okay,
Either or.
okay. You want me to read
So,
it?
no, you think you're good. With the increase of rate, how many students will we be able to provide to this program? And will we be able to create more seats since we had such an increase, such high demand the first?
So this is for the current year, and we will service 137 participants. And we are going to start to recruit for next school year, and we will see how many parents are interested for next year.
Okay, so this dollar amount is not for next year?
No, this is for the current year.
Okay, so why is the dollar amount going up if it's for the current year?
Well, when we first approved this, it was an estimate, and we had not fully developed the curriculum through USC. And then as we added services, we increased reading material, lectures, and also translation for all things that are written and all oral videos that were created, and also just the program development. And so now we had an actual price, and this is the actual dollar amount. It was a flat fee, so one flat rate.
Okay.
And when we say participant, this is parents.
These are the
per
parent
parents, right.
participants. And so it's a 7-month program, so it actually equates to about $135 per month per parent.
And we've heard testimony from different groups of parents to the testimonials on how great the program is and how much they feel it's going to help them and help their families. It's really about investing not only in the parents in the community, but in the students themselves, because the parents will be able to help their children, their students, and just support the overall educational program better. The problem is the cost.
Exactly.
The problem is the cost. So when we weigh, do we want to spend money on music teachers and music equipment for students, or do we want to send more parents to a literacy program? These are the tough decisions we have to make.
So to me,
Hold
USC.
on. Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Okay, so from my understanding, part of the LCAP, there is funding for parents, and that's part of the state funding that we use it to invest in parents. So if you're thinking of what is your most bang for your buck, if you invest in parents learning our core standards, our reading to support their families and the teacher, and that's a LCAP mandate of our family engagement, I think that's a win-win. I think when you start a program, it's an estimate, And so therefore, the translation of materials, now they'll be able to figure out what's their cap for next year because they have a true figure.
I'm, and I'm not against the program.
I was just making a statement.
Clerk Dominguez.
I mean, USC is a brand. It's a brand, and we could probably bring the program home and create our own program home. Hire our teachers, give them a stipend, pay our teachers to do the program itself. Instead of having to pay the brand, because that's what we're doing. And, as we try to reduce costs and still have the program within ourselves, and I believe we were reaching out to some community partners as well for grants in regards to this. Is there any update on that as well, or?
No, the update right now is, the answer is yes, we are reaching out for long-term, multi-year funding to support this program. With the Title I, again, part of it is required that we invest X amount of dollars to our families. As far as the music program, that's a totally different funding that is exclusively for music, so that's going to be.
That's just an example.
Yeah.
The Title I funding is is justified for the expenditure.
Correct.
What we spend the money on doesn't require that we contract with USC for the specific program.
It's a brand.
And I'm in favor of the program. I think it's great, it's wonderful, but I think we should also lead by example from the district in this regard to where we send people to learn something and then we want them to bring it back and train the people here at the district. Let's look at it, this not being a long-term deal, but something that let's do it as long as it takes for our people to learn it and bring it home and teach it ourselves.
I prefer to pay our teachers to teach this versus bringing the brand.
Okay, Ms. Lewis.
Well, USC is more than a brand. It's one of the best academic systems that our reading specialists is going through. So to be able to have the reading specialists, the same sort of partnership that you have with the parents learning the same concept to sort of, what's our word we're using? Synergy of the process. Now further down the road, there are options, but being the inaugural class, I'm sure there's going to be revision for the next one. So a lot of times when you bring something in-house, it's not unusual to do it 3 years out to have a core group. But the partnership with the established reading program and literacy program and parenting program is not Coca Pepsi. These are people that they partner with us, so they paid part of this program. It's not like we're just paying them. They put in their money too to work together. Just a point that we should just take.
How does it go? And fight on. How does it go? Fight on.
Any other comments?
Yes, just one of the added values to that, and I've heard this from some of the parents, not all, I'm not going to speak for all, is just that it has begun a college-going culture conversation at home, because now mom or dad are enrolled at a university, and that has inspired their little ones to be excited about college. So that's just added value.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm the big USC supporter, as Ms. Ria can contest to me. I'm just, thinking as a board member, dollar amount, deficit, our teachers, our
And we
future,
are looking
our
at
kids.
ways to deliver the program, and you're right, our staff is really involved in working with USC to develop the program, so it is a big part of utilizing our teachers and their knowledge.
Okay.
Well, I'll give my input. It's a valuable program, but it has to be looked at for year 2 and year 3 out, because there are no funds, as far as we know. This is for this year, totally for it, but I need to, is it time sensitive? Okay, because 137 seats, how many seats are there for $81,000? Because we're going to have to start thinking like that, because our local teachers are more important. Our students, K-12, TK-12, are more important at this point. The college culture, we should be videoing this now. So it would be train the trainer, as mentioned by the rest of the board. And we should be able to use that in year 2 and 3. If not, we've missed an opportunity. Just input.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote, or is there more info? Okay. Okay, Ms. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Clerk Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice President Montez,
Aye.
and myself, aye. But if they pull Title I funds, ouch. All right. Approve an agreement with PF Vision, Inc. to provide Division of State Architecture, DSA, inspection services for the International Healing Garden Project. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. This item is effective March 7th, 2024 through December 31st, 2025, at a cost not to exceed $100,000 and to be paid from Fund 40, Special Reserve for Capital Outlay. Discussion? Comments? Okay, Clerk Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye.
And I think that's a wonderful suggestion to have for the community transparency, labeled what the funds are for our community.
Yep.
Even part of the LCAP, what we've spent money on this year, let's have parents look at what we spend it on, and if they see any cuts we should be doing.
Yep, sure.
Okay, just my 2 cents. Decaffeinated Joe, sorry. Okay, approve an agreement with HMC Architects to provide architectural and design services for 4 new kindergarten classrooms at Trapp Elementary School. Motion and second,
So
please.
move.
Second.
Thank you. Provide architectural services for the 4 new kindergarten, classrooms at Trapp Elementary School, effective March 7th, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, at a cost not to exceed $571,963, including $1,000 for reimbursables, and to be paid from Fund 21, General Obligation Bond, Measure A. Questions or comments? Okay, vote. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Myself, aye. F6, approve the Board of Education meeting schedule for 2024-2025. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second.
Okay, comments or questions or any date changes required to your family calendars?
Everybody looked at the calendar?
Should have. Oops.
You looked at them.
Yeah, at this point, we better work around it because it's too late.
Oh, I looked at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at
Yeah,
it.
I think we all did. Just everyone wants a second look. While we're on calendar, June 2nd, graduation. All right, how do you vote, Member Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Adopt resolution number 232445 for Procurement Professionals Day. Motion and second,
So
please.
move.
Second.
Thank you. Proclaim March 13th, 2024 as Procurement Professionals Day and urge all members of the Rialto Unified School District to join in recognizing the role of the procurement professionals within business, industry, and government. Questions or comments? All right, vote by Member Lewis.
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez
Aye.
and Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. This stuff's always bothered me. They should be recognized every day. Everybody should be recognized. I call it a Hallmark Day. Anyway, adopt resolution number 232446, remuneration. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Second.
Excuse absence of Board Member Nancy G. O'Kelly from the Wednesday, February 21st, 2024 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Questions, comments? Okay, vote Member Lewis,
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice President Montez.
Aye.
And President Martinez. Myself, aye. Adopt resolution number 232447 for authorization of budget reductions for fiscal year 2024, 2025, and ongoing. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Yeah, comment.
Please.
I just wanted to state that that there's a positive certification that meets the supplicants for the next 2 fiscal years. Congratulations to your service for that. But my question is, so how do this in play with the 2 years of the positive certification and then with this?
In order for us to certify our second interim report with a positive certification, we had to incorporate the cuts proposed in this resolution. If we would not incorporate them, we wouldn't meet our reserves in the 3rd year, and so we would have to qualify ourselves, which would imply additional supports from the superintendent of county schools to help us arrive at those reserve levels.
Thank you.
And
Please go ahead.
yeah, and I just would like to ask our district leadership to hold off on making any reductions on the music program just until the board can be presented some other options and reductions. But I think it'd be a good idea to first wait and hold off for the time being on making the reductions to the music program.
Okay. And my request would be if whatever you foresee coming, let us know earlier than this, so we can possibly have options and scenarios. I mean, you've done stellar work here, because the public doesn't know that we have to adopt 3 years out and we have to remain solvent as a school district. So that means that this year impacts 2 years out. And if we can't remain solvent 2 years, the 3rd year out, as Ms. Romo said, then we lose our positive certification, which is like gold. That affects our credit rating and everything else. So, yeah, another one of those ugly domino theory things. Okay, ready to vote? Okay, Member Lewis,
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice President Montez,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Okay, F10, approve the second interim financial report for fiscal year 23, 2024.
So
Okay,
move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Approve the report with a positive certification, as the district will meet its obligations in the current and subsequent 2 fiscal years. Okay, questions or comments?
I just would like to invite our community, our district staff and the partners, to get involved. I think our superintendent is transparent. His team is transparent, and we want everything to be an open book here when it comes to the finances. It should be. The last thing we want is for the district to go insolvent. The last thing we want is for the district to run out of money or have to be taken, what do they call it, receivership? Or that's the last thing we want. Other districts have done it. It could happen really easily. It doesn't matter how much education anybody proclaims. Districts fail financially because of mismanagement. Not necessarily because there's funny stuff going on, it's just funds are not budgeted wisely or monies are not spent wisely. Not everybody can do that. Some people blow all their money and they don't have enough to pay this or pay that. Well, districts do the same thing. So when it comes to making reductions, when it comes to negotiations for salaries and whatnot, why not have more transparency and have an open book policy? So I would encourage anyone who's got an interest in the finances of the district to come and see our district leadership, come and ask and find out and get more educated on exactly where the money is and how it's being spent. That's not a bad thing. So,
Good comments. Just to be clear, this year we're good. Next year, we'll have to see how we're doing. Nothing to get panicked about so far. If anyone blew it, it'd be the state. They've overspent. Please, Dr. Ross.
Yeah, and just in general, just in reference, Diana, if you can just provide us some specifics for next year. We are reducing, but all of those reductions will be in what particular areas that doesn't include staff. Many districts are going to reductions this next year in staffing. We are not. But if you can just give us some specs on what those reductions are coming from.
So in the upcoming year, we'll be looking at reductions in external contracts. We'll be looking at reductions in travel, furniture, equipment, extra duty compensation, overtime, all of those areas that are discretionary and don't affect, actual people in positions. We're not going to affect the school sites. Those reductions will take place at the service level offices because we want to make sure that the education program remains intact.
as far away from the classroom as possible.
We are.
Okay, I hope that's comforting to our family and our community. We're good this year. All right, how do you vote? Member Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, F11, 2024 ballot for California School Board Assembly, Delegate Assembly.
So move.
Okay. Does anyone have one? Any preferences how we vote?
Sorry, do we have a second? I heard a first.
Second.
Thank you.
Well, I recommend Scott Wyatt,
Barbara Dew.
Amanda Buchanan,
Heather Allgood?
we got two more.
Cindy Gardner.
Rim of the world?
We did Heather, Amanda.
And then we can select, that's 5, we can select one more.
Clayton Moore.
Clayton sounds good. Sorry, Tom.
One's in Lucerne Valley, the other's in Victor, ESD. Yeah, so they're representing the same area.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
That's the same thought process I went through. Okay, so Heather Allgood, correct me if I goof here. Amanda Buchanan, Barbara Dew, Clayton Moore, Scott Wyatt, and I missed one, Cindy Gardner.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me too.
All right. Okay, we continue.
Can we just get a vote for approval?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Dominguez. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Member Lewis, thank you, and myself, aye. Administrative hearing. Motion and a second, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Case numbers 23, 24, 46. Vote by board members. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice President Montez.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Stipulated expulsions. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Case numbers 23, 24, 48, and 23, 24, 47. Clerk Lewis, I'm sorry, Member Lewis, thank you. Clerk Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice President Montez, and myself, aye. I'm sorry, I'm trying to give you another promotion here, kiddo. Okay, adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on April 10th, 2024 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the Superintendent's office. Motion and a second, please.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Lewis?
Aye.
Dominguez? Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. 10:17. Thank you, everybody. And don't forget to check the beam ceremony for Eisenhower. It's on YouTube now.